Okay. Okie dokie. Artichoke. I believe we are live. We're gonna see how today pans out as we get hit by a storm. Also, we early today, Zero. Good to see you, man. So let's see how long this stream goes for. Let's just see how long things go for. Okay. So, all right. So let's talk about what we're gonna work on. I could take inventory of what we got going on here. You already got a 10-day extension? No, it's not happening. I mean, most of it's already done. Most of it's, like, a lot of it's actually really done, and now it's just a matter of doing assets. So as far as the technical stuff is concerned, it's actually, like, pretty... A lot of the fundamental systems are already in place. Now it's just a matter of extending it. I think today there's some things I want to work on, though. I want to add like an enemy that shoots things. I think that's gonna be an easy thing to extend. Yeah, and then we have to figure out, we have to actually implement that level end transition. So let's actually just do this. I should have the to-do thing already. Nope, not MS. Open edit anyways, I don't care. Or do I actually want to use Vim? I think that's what I want to do. There we go. So, the things that come to mind: bullet, enemy, entity. That's a thing to do. Also, what's going on, Soda Snake? Good to see you, man. I'm here, but for not long. Busy tonight. Well, we'll see how long we're going to be on, Trail. We got a storm coming through, so I might just lose power midstream. I don't know. We're going to find out. But I figured we should do just a dev day today on this. I wanted to work on, do some more work on Riven Done, but I'm also kind of I just want to get this game done, dude. And then if I want to, I can always add more to it later, but yeah, I just want to get something done. So you have the bullet, enemy, entity. The other thing I wanted to work on is adding... What do I want to... so we're going to need to make the culling system. Make culling system consistent. That's another thing we need to do. Add game over behavior. Fix. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, there's quite a lot to do actually. Fix background displays. I also kind of work on a CRT overlay shader. That's a low priority thing, but that's the thing I kind of want to do. Yeah, the background stuff, though, we need to fix that. I think we're going to add I'm thinking, Terrell, about adding your 3D models back into the game. I've been thinking about ways to go about doing that. Because the background shells, as cool as they are, as far as my nieces, when they play it, they're like, it's broken or missing. So I need to do something to make it feel more intentional. So maybe I just won't do the current thing I'm doing, where we have like you see how it's the control map is very blocky. and how it doesn't always match the seams very well. Like here it's cutting through the middle. So I'm either going to do like an outline thing for the shader so that it could feel more like it's like a distinct outline. Oh, we also have a few things to do actually related to this now that I think about it, because beyond that, let's make a whole category for just backgrounds. Fix UV mapping. When I say fix UV mapping, what I'm talking about is that when you go to the extremes of the map, like as you know how it takes place in a cylinder and all that fun stuff, when you go above enough, you're gonna start seeing stretching happening and distortion. And that's not right. That's not meant to happen. That's not the goal we have in mind here. Yeah, like, is that getting worse there? Let's see if I can find a place where it gets bad. 1 second, we're just kind of... Or you know what, maybe I should just retry. And just go through here. Yeah. So we're gonna see, yeah, like right here, you're seeing that the UVs for the textures get stretched out at these levels. And then you return back to normal, but maybe it's actually not that bad. Maybe I could just add some coefficient or something to kind of fix it, but yeah, I know, it gets very bad in these places. So we're gonna have to actually implement something better here. We're gonna have to do the correct thing, so yeah. That's one aspect. And the other thing is also just making the shells not pop into existence. So we have to design around this a bit. I'm sorry, did I just get hit by that? I should have just like cruised between that. That was weird. I might adjust the hitboxes to be a bit more forgiving because that did not seem right at all. But anyways, can I? Oh, I can't farm it. I can't. All right. Anyways, so that's one aspect. That's what I was talking about here. So we're gonna adjust these. I'm hoping maybe an outline is gonna make things look better. If not, it's fine. This might be the first thing we do since they're easy, and then we can kind of get back into the flow of things, and then we can start the game over implementation that needs to happen. I mean, it's there. We just have to have a nicer state transition and show like just make it more polished. What's going on, amateur? Geez. Actually, that's part of this. That's what this is. Okay, bullet enemy entity, making calling systems consistent, fix background displays. Okay, I think this is a decent amount of workload for today. I think that this will be... We can make this... Yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, CRT inside of a CRT 0. That's going to be... I just realized that's actually going to be very weird to test on this because it's already a CRT, right? Like... So I'm like, alright, how well is this effect actually going to hold up in actuality? Maybe I have to test it on a normal monitor. Yeah, I'll put this low priority thing for now. These, though, I want to get them working better. So I'm thinking the easiest thing, or easiest place to start with, is going to be the planar map stuff. Oh, the storm hits. The storm is here. We're going to see how long stream lasts before I lose power. Hopefully I don't lose power today, but... Do you have any suggestions for podcasts or other educational materials for C# dev or system design in general for a beginner of my 90 minutes of daily commuting? I mean, you can try like reading books and try to go that way. Like C# is just language specific stuff and something really crazy there. But if you're looking more for like system design stuff, there's always principles of reusable object oriented programming. There's I don't know, like you can pick different topics about programming and deep dive into it. You can look into like reactive extensions and that whole paradigm of doing things, or you get books about functional programming and Lambda stuff. There's a book from like an ex Naughty Dog dev, I think, about game engine architecture that might be worth checking out as well. But I think those are things that are pretty valuable. What are we going to do here? We're going to have a Boolean or something for like, if you want to have outlines. And I forget how you do headers for shaders. You just do this directly, header, and then whatever. I think so, actually. Yeah, that might be it. Hard to read while deving, while driving. Oh, you're talking about. I mean, the audio. I guess get an audiobook. I mean, I don't know. Like anything that's worthwhile is not going to be something that you kind of just consume passively. You're going to be actively doing this kind of stuff. I guess you can watch videos like I don't know. Like I've seen this. The videos I do see are like stuff from like Casey Moratori and stuff like that. Yeah, some good stuff you can listen to passively. Yeah, listen. You know, actually, no, I'll take that back. There's some things I guess you can listen and get something from it. I don't know, like usually it's topic specific. Like it's not a one person I look at, but it's actually like a whatever lecture. So like I know for data oriented design, I would like see if like three different lectures about that same topic from different people. I know Freya, she has some good videos about like math for game dev, which is pretty handy and pretty cool. Even then though, it's something like I have to like stop whatever I'm doing to pay attention to it, because it's like you have to. It demands that extra attention, which may not be good while you're driving. Why no shadow? Because I just didn't implement it. I was thinking about maybe doing that. I don't know though. We'll see. I have to do my son a little bit differently, but I think it wouldn't be that crazy to do it. Outlines, outline color, that's not appropriate. This would be one actually. And then we can do like an alpha test against the control map is what we're using for everything here. Fragment. Oh, you know what? Am I gonna do? It's a uniform, so it's fine. I'm not gonna worry too much about this. So in here, we're gonna do like a whole Oh, but you know what? It's gonna cause divergence. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, we have to do this anyways. Whatever. We have to also add the uniform before I even get started here. But yeah, most topics are very like specific on whatever it is. So like, whatever you're interested in at the time. So if you're doing like stuff like a roguelike or something, or like, you know, you're dealing with procedural generation, then like search up lectures related to that. Yeah, because like it's oh yeah, whoops, C# world. Actually, it's not a float for, it's be a float. And then you're gonna be a float for. But yeah, I really don't listen to too much like generalized podcasts or anything for these type of technical stuff. I imagine there's good ones out there. I just haven't looked myself. You know what? That's how I'm gonna make sure that I know that you're a uniform. If outlines, we'll do our alpha test. Actually, this has to happen after we get certain things like the UV offsets of things and whatnot. And then you have to do this. This is specific for control maps as well. That's another factor. Or not only do you do this, it's happening after the fact. Oh, this is gross. And we'll do like 1 pixel, or I don't know, we'll just do an up simple test. You have like a pixel size. Or off, I don't know, sample distance. We do like 0.01 or something. If you want the pixels to be like uniform in size, you should probably do it by the dimensions of the actual base resolution, which we'd have to pass in here. And then you do, let's see, control map, control.I UV. Or it's text, is it text 2D? Yeah, text 2D, yeah. Control map. Oh, there's a storm. I want to go about this. I mean, technically, as far as this is concerned, up is -1, down is... And you know what? It's not going to be this. It's going to be like sample distance. What's going on here, guys? Yeah, I know the best way to learn is by doing and finding solutions to current issues, but sometimes the days are too short, so I gotta find value where I can. No shame on you for that, man. No shame on you for that. It just makes it very difficult for me to find what to do, or what to... I wonder how valuable... No, audiobooks. I don't know. How about this, Soda? I'm gonna get back to you and see if I can find anything. Because, there's time in my life that could be better used listening to something. I guess there's other things that don't have to be down in the weeds that can still be of value as well. So I'll see. I'll get back to you. So up, down, left, right, and then up clear is going to be... Okay, and it has to be relative to the current i.control.uv. I'm sorry. Why is it not? Is it lowercase? You're using I. Why are you being weird? Inactive. Can we make it active? Whatever. That's fine. I know I'm right with this. Okay, so this should be all relative to iControl.uv. Okay. We're doing something very simple, and then the final combinatoric we're going to do is like if any of these are true, so up, clear. Actually, we're not going to even do... Honestly, I could probably condense this into a single simple expression and then do a lerp. Where it's going to be like, I don't know, color. I mean, what happens after this point? We do, after this else as well. Or is that the end of the else? Yeah, this is else. Okay, never mind. Actually, how is this? Did I do this macro wrong? Shouldn't this be end if, not else? That's how that works. I think I've just been doing it wrong this entire time. But it's been working fine, I guess. So, and then everything else. Oh, no. This is the else, and then here's the end if, and then see, this is why we do this, so we can know where our preprocessor macros are. Okay, so we have this, else we do these things here, and then here's the general stuff we apply to everything. Okay, so it doesn't matter what happens here, we're assuming that there is a base value called color that's going to be set at some point. Cool. I can work with that. So now instead of returning, we're going to do color equals, and then we're going to lerp, and we're going to be doing... Or actually, we just do a Boolean expression for this. And it's going to be a bunch of for statements. And this is not going to work because you also have to do that A equals, I don't know, 1. Or it's going to be an outline if it's like less than 1. I think that's what we're going to do. Or actually like maybe less than 0.5 or something, I don't know. Thunder big. Yeah, Thunder's getting bigger, man. We're gonna see how long we last, man. It's like ASMR. Yeah, it's like ASMR Funky Davy. Well, we're doing HLSL right now, some shader coding. I end up here, I go back to my code. It's a loop. Oh, I'm glad, man. I'm glad it encourages you to get back at it. Exception, because exceptions are not a thing that exists in shader codes, or at least in HLSL. That's a very different thing. I feel like I can make a macro out of this. Probably can't. I probably should. Ah, whatever. Okay, outline. And then we're going to do color. It's going to be lerped. Where we have, yeah, we read the color here. And then the emissive as well. Emissive is another component to this, isn't it? So color is going to be either that versus, and now we're going to lerp between our outline color and this p-value, or this Boolean expression here. So if like our pixel, the current pixel we're sampling, if this is opaque and then we do the offset and either left, right, up, down, and any of those are transparent, that means there should be an outline. What happened?
The storm.
Yeah, it is. It's storming. I'm gonna be fine, don't worry. Alright. How often I test the game? Every so often. I'm learning shaders too. Shaders are fun, man. Then what about arrays? What do you mean arrays? Yeah, I'm making a game right now. Yeah, what do you mean arrays though? Like they're a thing in HLSL. No, I'm making a game from scratch, or not from scratch. I'm using an engine, but you get the idea. Nah, no RuneScape though. Tragically. Yeah, I'm using an engine. I'm using an engine. I'm using Unity engine. I think most games, even if you're making it from scratch, you can't really get away without using libraries. Like even for like OS levels, like even for like making threads, you have to use like pthread and stuff like that in C or whatnot. And trust me, I really want to go like completely off grid with my code usage, but you'll find how hard it is to do that. Heck, I even hate having to use CMake for my engine project, but that's a different thing. Yes, you can start Vulkan with just C++. Well, you can. That's what I'm saying though. Is like most people are not going to be able to. Are not gonna like most. Like if you think about it, if you're making a production game that you want to actually sell at some point, there is so much functionality that we take for granted, right? that hand rolling everything yourself is just not going to work out great, or at least it's going to be very difficult, you know, if you want to hand roll everything yourself. Like, IMGUI is such a helpful, useful thing. And to say, nah, I'm not going to use any of those libraries, and instead we're going to handle text ourselves, it's a lot to do, man. I'm not dogging on it. And I think there's just people who do it, and you can do it. I'm just saying that it's difficult. It's very difficult for people to have a library-less project, right? I think we can even... We have this whole if statement for outlines. It's uniform wide, so it's going to be on everything. So I think it's actually fine if I just leave it as an if statement. There's not going to be divergence, I think, there per... Oh, there is, because like some are going to discard, and then others are going to actually go through this. So it's like uniform wide, but whatever. Who cares? It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Let's see if this compiles. Actually, if we're gonna do outline as well, we should do e-color. Where is the... Yeah, there's e-color. We're gonna do the same kind of lerp expression for e-color. And then it's just gonna be, I don't know, float 4, 0, 0. Or actually, no, we're not gonna overwrite the color. We're gonna... How do I compose... How do I use e-color for... Oh, we do a lerp at the very end using the alpha for... Okay, that makes sense. So this would have worked fine, actually. This would actually work fine. What's going on here? Haven't done game design before, so I don't know what's normal. What does the engine actually help with? It helps with, like, a bunch, dude. Game engines make things very, very easy up front to get something up and running, right? So, like, let's talk about it. Engines and what things they solve. So engines, at a basic level, right, are going to handle rendering. And they're going to take care of a lot of things out the box for you, right? So they're going to have their own material system and their own camera stuff, and then maybe even some fun utilities for like post-processing or whatever. But they're going to even do like some basic optimizations for things that you may not even think about. Like, for example, like frustum culling for game objects. Or even more advanced stuff, like occlusion culling. You're going to handle, like, lighting, for example. That's a whole thing you have to worry. Like, if you're writing your own engine from the ground up, that's a thing you're going to have to deal with. So they deal with, like, a bunch of things like shadows and the lighting models to represent, like, how light behaves against objects. And then, you know, they might do, like, PBR stuff, physically based rendering and all that fun stuff. So that's like one component of it. They handle, for example, audio. That's kind of important. So not only just playing audio, but having, like, they can have mixers and stuff like that. They can have 3D sound. So making your audios actually, like, behave as if it's in 3D, so things that should be left and right, whatever. They can have audio effects, so reverb and stuff like that, depending on what engines you're working on. They handle input, and that's a biggie because it's like, okay, think about it, right? If you're making a game for multiple platforms, that means you have to handle, like, so many different control schemes, right? Control schemes, right? So not only are they getting input from devices, they handle different input layouts as well. That's a thing you have to worry about. Mapping actions or conceptual actions to a variety of things. That's kind of part of this. So, like, yeah, there's a bunch to this. Remapping That's another thing. They also provide the framework for like how your game, a framework for game logic and whatnot. Framework, templates, etc. And then of course, like, there's a bunch of other things they're gonna bundle with it. The other big thing is that they handle building to multiple platforms. That's a huge thing too. Having your game work relatively consistently across every single platform is no small task, and that's a big headache that they take care of for you. Whereas when you're rolling your own engine, that's a thing you have to consider, right? Like if you're doing, for example, if you're using like vector extensions to do fast math on a large set of data, like that works for, you can use certain instructions for x86 architecture machines that are not going to exist for ARM-based mobile devices, for example, right? So you have to use something different, right? Either way, that's like a whole bunch of set of considerations that you have to take care of there. Certain things will be possible. Like, for example, like, it's not only just compiling it to just an executable. Sometimes it's a whole different thing. Like if you're compiling it to WebGL, then that's a whole other thing. You have to have your stuff compiled to WASM and all that. Yeah, there's a lot that they handle, and I'm just scratching the basic stuff. And these are the things that you'd have to handle if you're writing your own engine. If you're writing your own engine, though, and you're using libraries, that handles it for you, right? Because then there's libraries that can handle and provide abstractions for rendering or for audio or for input, and you don't have to worry about that as much. We didn't talk about physics, but that's a whole thing too. Physics is a very big thing. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. What's going on here? Yeah. Well, it's just a different cost, man. Atlas Gen, so still some libraries used. One thing people quickly hit if you must not use libraries, they parse and load many file types without previously made tools. It's a lot of, 100%. Like, that's the thing you have to worry about. My engine is only supporting PNGs right now, but like, either I have to find some more libraries that are gonna handle more stuff, but I'm trying to keep my engine with single header file, simple libraries. Or like I'm just gonna have to write a parser for certain types of files for myself. So like for the Asprite, I like using Asprite for a lot of my games. And I'd like to have it where like I can just give an ACE file to my engine and it'll parse it correctly. I'm gonna have to look into the documentation for how the file is defined, and then how I want to have things and information parsed from it. And what you call a library like Java utility array list, if you know Java is super basic and used often, but still, yeah, that's true. There's some things that are very close, but that are very like frequently bundled together, but it's still technically a separate library. That's what I was talking about. Like even for C, if you're using a C project and you want to use, for example, some basic OS level stuff, you have to use libraries for that stuff, or you have to at least rely on external code to make that stuff happen. Unless you're trying to go assembly and do syscalls directly. But like even for this, like I have to use, not math.h, but where is it? Where are you? Do I not include it in here? Is it in like something else? I mean, there's systems stuff like systype, systime. Is that uni std? I can't remember. Vim. What is it? Input, I think? No. Where is it? Math utils, commands, mockup, minimal, project, utilities, text object, terminal utils. Maybe terminal utils? I know I have a thing for input. That requires me to make a separate thread to handle that. Where are you? Gee whiz, I'm like drawing a blank. I'm not seeing it here. service minimal. Math utilities int written done project style guide task style terminal maybe it's in terminal utilities. I don't know. Yeah, it's in here. Yeah, termios. No, that's structs. Yeah, here p threads. So technically external libraries is just, you know, I'm not sure actually. I have no idea. I've just been using load PNG for my engine stuff. Never thought about the x64 stuff. Does anyone not use JetBrains IDE? They're very nice. They're very handy. I like JetBrains IDEs. They work pretty well for what I'm doing. Yeah, but hopefully that answered your questions about engines and frameworks and all that. What's going on, Med? Okay, so let's see if this compiles. Yeah, there's a bunch of even simpler stuff that you may not consider, like, hey, maybe you want your engine to respond to when a file is added or removed from like the assets directory. Well, that's not just a thing that just happens. You have to you have to write like a whole you have to use a file sentry thing to listen for file changes within a certain set of directories, and then when you receive it, like for example, if I modify a shader, okay, you should probably have your engine recompile the shader with the new code you added so that it can actually, you know, display what's happening. Did it just compile fine and is there no issues here? That's gonna surprise me if there's no issues, because I've been doing this whole thing blind. Yeah, I'm gonna re-architect some things here. Yeah, we're using chunk 2, I believe. Which should be called chunk 2 actually, and not chunk 1.1. Okay. I'm not seeing. Oh, there's outline for this. And let's make it. I don't know. Maybe we'll keep it black. Have you seen Space IDB? Any thoughts on the technology? If you have, I've seen it. It looks interesting. I've been wanting to do some network backend for game stuff for a while. I've been kind of neglecting it. Ooh, that's not looking good. Spacetime DB seems cool. I've used Rust. I know it supports other languages too, but like it's fine. I'm fine with using Rust for that kind of stuff. It seems cool, but I like until I actually get my hands on it, I'm not gonna understand to see how good it is. It's cool that it's like free and open source if you want to just like use it for your own projects or self-host it. My bad. I think that's pretty rad. Beyond that, though, is that just the? Oh, the outline thing was working. It's just it was so big. I thought it was like a separate. I thought it was a separate layer underneath it, but see, it's like actually working. Cool. So we got our outlines working just instantly, and it's actually making it feel less like a mistake and rather like an intentional thing, that's always good. Outline. So this is going to use an outline, but we're going to use a different color. We're going to use like, can I like, I want to be able to, oh my goodness. The color sampling thing, it just messes things up, doesn't it? Oh my goodness. Okay, I guess we're not going to use that. Alright, I guess I'll just use some color and guesstimate the closeness to what I want it to be. And then of course alpha is going to be maxed out. Okay, let's try this again. Manufacture their own CPUs. I was watching a funny video, or not a funny video, but a thought experiment video about what happens if like we forget how to manufacture CPUs. Hey, this actually, dude, I chose this color by eye. I eyeballed it. Like but this is actually really close to the thing. Dude, does the outline not make it look way more intentional now? I mean, I need to fix some parts of it. We have to actually make it the sample size relative to the control map pixel dimensions. But like this actually looks pretty decent. I'm kind of surprised actually how well this is working. Like that's actually quite nice. Look at that. And you know what, I think the control maps are going to be a fixed thing, so I'm just going to hard code it. Yeah, that actually makes it feel not bad, not terrible. That solves the problem that we're having. So that's one thing that's pretty much donezo. Let me just, let me think about this. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna grab the control map because I think I'm making them all the same dimensions. Yeah, you're gonna be 512 by 512. We're gonna hard code this. We're gonna make it like a constant or define or something. And the sample distance is going to be, we're gonna do things a little bit different here. We're gonna make this a float 2. And it's gonna be one second. What code? It's not relative to the text, the size of the. It's not relative to the size. It's relative to how we map the angles to this. Which means like we're gonna have to do some math. I think before I even do this, I'm gonna have to actually. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it the way it is for right now, and we're just gonna have to do some math. We actually have to correct the UV angle thing because that's partially what's going to inform this, and if we do that correctly, everything should just fit together. So I think it's in a vertex pass. No, we actually have a function, get UV, and we provide a world space position and a normal, and we calculate the angle based off of that. I might just change it, honestly. If I'm going to be real with you guys, I think I might just change it. Because we have another way of calculating angle that seems to be working significantly better than this. And the UV, the float 2, is derived from top, yeah. Yeah, we're doing stuff. We're doing things here. Am I importing my math library? No, I'm not. Okay, we're gonna do that first of all. Math.cgenc. We're gonna go to there. Did I add anything to my math library for getting an angle? I mean, this is very specific to this game. So yeah, so we're just gonna write something here. Float get angle around X from position. It's a very specific thing. but this should be fine. And then I have some CPU side code that I'm just gonna use to achieve this. Math utilities. And get angle from position. I believe this is the one. And we do all this math here. Cool. Gonna yoink this and massage it into HLSL friendly code. And we should be happy. What are we doing? Wait. Okay, let's close some stuff because I'm kind of getting a little. I don't want to have to actually search through text the actual file I want to modify. So we're gonna go. Here, it's actually next door to each other. Nice. Okay, so this is taking a vector 2, given a position of y. Oh, because I guess we don't, because x doesn't matter. So given a position of y and z, this calculates the angle theta around 0, y, z in degrees. So is I'm pretty sure I just didn't name this correctly. Did I not comment this? Because this is a very, very specific and ambiguous stuff. Like, this is not very clear how I'm mapping it. I might be assuming that I'm making like y, x, and then making x, mapping x to y, and then z to y. If I'm doing that, that's not obvious. Which is kind of the point of why this is terrible. Maybe because internally it makes it easier for me to think about it this way, but this is stupid. This is very stupid. In fact, let's actually test, because we have unit tests for this. Or unit tests, quote unquote, where I provide values and I'm understanding. So this is a 45-degree angle. Okay, so I think we're just mapping this stuff onto it. I think we're making y or you know what? I think I mapped z. This is so stupid. I should have documented this. I don't know why I didn't document it. Oh, because you know what? I'm thinking about this not in terms of. I understand why I'm doing this. This is dumb, but I understand it. Okay. Alright. Proceeds to not document it. We just move forward. So we're gonna make float 2. Actually, we're gonna swizzle this. We can do like YZ. And then we're gonna normalize it. Actually, do we even normalize? Yeah, we do normalize it. YZ. And then, yeah, we don't have this. We're not using math abs here. I think I might create like a math rad to degrees. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. Does Unity not have that? Actually, I should probably check the functions to make sure they're taking the correct things, because this is... Yeah, I think I should have probably checked to make sure I'm passing in the correct units for these functions as well. So I believe over here A sine returns the arc sine of f, the angle in radians. So this is working in radians. Wait a second. I've confused myself now. Can it's like these are these values in radians? Doesn't look like it. It looks like I'm passing in degrees here. Yeah, like, oh, these are normalized What am I doing? I'm already getting lost in the sauce. I'm already getting lost in the sauce here. This is supposed to be a 45-degree angle. And it's supposed to be in degrees. We're passing in 1, 1. Okay. And then we normalize to make sure it's the length is 1. And then we do math absolute value. We do math a sine, math f dot a sine with the normalized y value. Oh, because a sine, I don't think it's a distance input. That's why that's why it's fine, because it returns the value in radians, and then we're converting it from radians to degrees. Okay, I understand now. I was having a little hiccup there. I understand why things are the way they are now again. What's going on here? Hello, what's going on, Ace, Aos, Fion? What engines and language? Yeah, thank you, Kritoro, you got me. Bonjour. Bonsoir. He's just exercising his RAM. Makes sense at the time, doesn't now. Ignore and move on. Yup, the classic. It's a true combo. It's a true combo. Without the sauce, man is lost. Yeah, he must remain vigilant lest he get lost in the sauce. I think you just give into it, man. What's going on, little guitar? Good to see you again. So, I recall now why we do things the way we do. Now we need to check to see how a sine works in HLSL, and if it's going to return the same value I'm expecting from it. So we're going to have to do a scary thing, and that scary thing is called consulting documentation. HLSL a sine, and here we go. Object 3D HLSL, yeah, perfect, exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, returns the arc sine of the specified value. In what units though? That's the input specified. Returns arc sine of x parameter. Remarks each component of the x parameter should be within the range of okay. It was saying it should be within the range of, and I saw pi over 2 to pi over 2, and I was like, what do you mean? It's like, that's no range. And then I realized, oh, the negative's over here. Negative pi over 2 to pi over 2. I was about to go insane. Okay, we're good. Return the same as input x. Float, same dimension as input x. It doesn't say. Though it's saying that the components of the x parameters. Components? I guess you pass in like a float 4. Either way, it means each value should be within pi, negative pi over 2. Okay. Does that mean I have to change it? Is normalized not good enough, actually? Yeah, it could be scalar, vector, or matrix. Okay, that's good to know. And it's going to be return the same. Saying same, like I imagine it's like if you put in a vector, it's going to return a vector, or if you put in a matrix, it's going to populate a matrix with the resultant float component. I'm assuming it's returning radians. I think that's going to be a fair assumption here. I don't think they're going to be returning degrees if they're putting this restriction on the input. Working with n. You're taking a vec2 position normalized. It's a length is 1. Take the y component, and the arc sine of that length is the radians in the counterclockwise direction of the origin. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Except like there's a few cases to cover because like I'm looking for one winding, 360 degree winding, and arc sine only produces values of 180 degrees. So you have to actually detect what quadrant you're in and then like apply the correct transformation to it. I mean, that's the hacky, terrible way I'm doing it, the way I'm going about it. I'm assuming it's just radians. I'm just going to assume that this is radians. And then if things go wrong, we'll deal with that. Do they have a function for returning degrees? Let me just check that out. Let me just verify this function. The result of converting the x parameter from radians to degrees. Perfect, that's exactly what I want. So instead of doing this conversion here, we're just gonna multiply by this coefficient. We're just gonna do this, and it should be effectively the same. Yeah, we should be good. Look at that turducken of functions. Isn't it great? It's my favorite. It's like fantastic. That's what we want. That's exactly what peak performance looks like. And then I'm just gonna hope this just works the way I expect it to. So now that we have this here, and we do this appropriate swizzle to it, we're gonna go back to this function over here, where we calculate the UV, and we're gonna do the old switcheroo, if this is the right function shader. Yep, here we are. So we have this whole function. You're called somewhere. Don't lie to me. You're called somewhere. Oh, here you go. Get UV. We have the world position and the norm. We don't need the normal anymore because we can make a lot of assumptions since we know we're getting a coordinate on a cylinder, on the surface of a cylinder. So a lot of things become a lot easier. One must imagine Sisyphus coding. That's how life feels like sometimes, man. In terms of CPU, GPU instructions, I believe arcsine and arccos are one of the most expensive instructions on the CPU. 250 plus cycles, most likely overkill optimization, but just a fun fact. Yeah, I remember there's a paper. You could solve for a transformation matrix that would place the normalized vector at origin parallel to x and then extract the angle from the transformation matrix. It would be more complex though. Yeah, I don't know enough to honestly apply that. Hey, thank you for AJ0 in horizontal chat. I appreciate it, man. I love that you're streaming this. Been watching you the last few days. I'm impressed and inspired. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Pure Star or Purester or String. Right, welcome, Jocko. It's always good to see you, man. Yeah, about the whole sine and cosine thing and how complex it is on the GPU or CPU. In that little math library I have here, I actually have like fast sine approximations that are not they compute values that are close to sine, but are not perfect, but they're much faster. I even cite like the DOA in the source here, but you can see like the math for it. But yeah, here's the paper. It's actually pretty. Can I just go to with the paper? Wow, Writer is the best, dude. I could just use the same go-to thing. But yeah, here's the paper about the fast sine approximations for trig functions. I think they have even some graphs here. Say linear approximation with fixed origin and domain endpoints. Yep. It's cool you can say words that you don't know what they mean, but it makes you just feel and sound smart. I don't know what I just said. I know they have the instruction count somewhere here, and you can see how they vary. So like how the error kind of scales in different scenarios. So you can see how the value of normal sine and cosine and tan compared to like or sine and cosine compared to the actual true one, and you can see like it looks pretty approximately close, and like for most applications that are just visual, that is like good enough. And let me see if I can find where I want to find it. ATAN, yeah, do comparison for ATAN. And they have like a mega expression, but then like they show you how it gets condensed down to the actual expression you're looking for. But yeah, here we go. So like you can see how things scale. It's pretty cool, man. I didn't find the part though. There is a part where they actually compare. Anyways, it's cool stuff. Hyperstructures. That looks like Subsurf, like Subway Surfer. Yeah, so much better than Taylor series. Yeah, it's crazy how it works, man. Yeah, I don't know where I got the, like I know I got it from that paper. I just can't remember where in the paper I got the actual, or how I converted the code to the expressions to code. I think they have it there though. They have it in an easy place somewhere. All right, anyways, yeah, I should actually do some perf tests to see how it stacks up at some point. Oh, whatever. So we are in this shader, and I think I might just, because we're doing a lot of unnecessary things here. Oh, I know. I remember why we're doing this, and it's because I was doing something for Terrell's 3D models, so that it can map. Yeah, because I was doing. Oh, I understand. Because I wasn't doing a simple. What we're doing now is very simple, but for arbitrary 3D models in this kind of cylinder space, I implemented this triplanar type mapping, except instead of using the X, Y, and Z positions for informing the UV, we use the X, the Y. We use different mappings between X, Y, Z, and the theta angle, and depending on this normal of the surface, we use a different coordinate. So if it was like the top, then we use the X angle as well, or the X position with the radius. And Y is like radius, but like the position along radius to do that. Yeah. Okay, I understand now. I understand. I wonder if that improved with this better method of calculating theta. I don't know. Because we're not using board radius anymore. We're using, we have this concept of shells, which makes this much more, makes this a whole thing. But yeah, like the ultra simplified, I still kind of want to, I might just comment this out. Because I think this is still kind of cool, and I might actually try to, because I want to bring back the 3D models in some way or fashion. I don't know. We'll see. And if I do, I'd want to have that code. I can hunt through the git commit logs, but that's just, I don't want to do that right now. So what are we going to use for x and y? X, we're going to use world position dot x by theta, and do we do any transformations on world position dot x? I don't know. Let's see how this looks in game. So, and then run it. Shader error, never mind. It's gonna be all pink. Where's the shader? Oh, never mind. Oh, it looks like there's an error though. Also, it's returning a float too. That's exactly what it needs. Okay, and close this. So what's happening here? Weird definition of PS1 vertex at. Am I already using the library? Did I just? Maybe I already used a math library somewhere, or have it included in this shader. And I just forgot. Maybe it is used here somewhere and I just forgot. Oh, you know what? It might be included in like the... Actually, no. You should be here. It's saying there's a redefinition of this happening. This is the first expression in here, which leads me to believe that it has to be included multiple times in this shader somewhere. The thing is, if I remove that instance, it throws an issue. An error. Oh, this is a dot shader. Okay, how about here? So we have frag, features, cg, math.cgnc. Okay. Here you are. Yeah, we included it with the light model. Okay, so now we recompile, it should be fine. Right? Incorrect number of arguments to numeric type constructor. Where? Here? That worked fine before. What are you talking about? At 182. How? Oh. Okay, that was left over. Okay. Let's see how this looks in game now. See how the shader works. Okay. Well, whoa. Actually, wait a second. So things have gone wrong here in that particular place. But as we go up, there's like a section where things get weird. But then everything goes back to being fine again after that. Is it fine? it looks fine. It looks pretty consistent, honestly. So maybe this is fine, actually. Yeah, I mean, this is working far more consistently. There's just this weird value ranges here where things have just gone completely awry. And I don't know why that's the case. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, buddy. It goes away, though. So I don't know what's the deal with that. But hey, our mapping looks significantly better, and now that we know the how we're calculating angles now, we can actually provide the correct property or values for the outline offsets, so that they're not super chunky on the borders above and below. Yeah, it definitely looks better, Dr. Lavin. I think the outline shader helps a bunch. Thanks for the response, of course, man. But it is true skill. Personal project, that's good to write yourself code. Yeah. And could use the matrix itself straight up. Unless you'd, what was you were saying? Actually, never mind. Solving for the transformation matrix would still ultimately need arcsine or A10, so point is moot. Unless you wouldn't actually need exact number in degrees and could use the matrix itself straight up. Huh. I don't know, honestly. What's going on? Looking to get it finished. Expanded during this project. I keep coming across it, and I think the original tile was in 2 weeks. It was supposed to be 3 weeks. It was supposed to be 3 weeks, and then like and then like I realized, oh yeah, I kind of don't want to compromise in making, like, yeah, this is a significant amount of time already. I mean, that's kind of like sunk cost fallacy, but I don't know. I just want to make it good. And the decisions we made, I mean, this is very interesting. This was actually kind of an interesting problem space. So we got to tackle some interesting stuff in this that I wasn't expecting. I think if we kept it like a pure 2D game, we could have done it, but I don't know. I wanted to be cool, and by being cool and having cooler level gen stuff, like we even like, that's another thing we're gonna have to tackle or deal with is we have like this whole, okay, first of all, we need to fix this bug. But did I disable the debug mode stuff? Let me see if I can re-enable it in the view. That's paused, game view, HUD. Let's see if this works. Yeah, there we go. You can see the level generation algo we have going on here. Still needs tweaking, but it's like, compare this game, like the game as it is, even with the weird buggy stuff we have going on with this shader. I'm not sure what's going on here that's causing that bug, but like compare the complexity of this to the original idea or the original game from 5 years ago. Or 6 years ago at this point, actually. That's crazy. And we're still, the game from 5 years ago took like 2 months for me to make in Game Maker. And it's like, within that same amount of time, the complexity is just not, like, it's just a three-laner game. You know, you have 3 lanes, 2 different types of objects that pop in. It's either, or 3 types are spicy, which is either like the enemies, and then the 2 variants of the lasers, ones that are horizontal, ones that are vertical. And that's it. It's like, within the same amount of time that this game took 2 months to make, of like work too. Like I was working very dedicatedly at this. With that same time frame, we have like something that's significantly more complex, man. Like, This is like this, at least for me, is like a nice mark of, hey, we've improved a little bit over this past few years of working professionally. We've learned some stuff. So that's pretty cool. Like the main menu is way more involved now too. Like I still love this engine profile thing. It's cool that we did like in a very simple way. I was gonna like try recalculating the curves from the animation curves. But it was actually kind of simple, just like sampling and then populating arrays, and then that's it. Like we've gone through a whole thing too, because we even have our own text. We got rid of Text Mesh Pro and we're just using our own text. I mean, it might be a bad idea for readability purposes, but like at the same time I can reuse it for other things. But yeah, having our own text rendering thing so we can have a cool display that kind of matches the vibe we're looking for. I think it's kind of neat. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's pretty gnarly. Okay, that's a bug we have to deal with. I don't know why you can't start. Maybe because when we transition, we don't make sure that the game is paused or unpaused. That might be the case. I don't know. Yeah, we need to figure out this new visual error. I don't know why that's happening. It's weird that it's relevant to the position of the player as well. Because you saw how it faded in and faded out when we moved around. So maybe it's something to do with like the way the world space position that's being calculated. Maybe it's that. I don't know. That's very strange. Thank you, Lily. Welcome back, Abby. Yeah, no publisher breathing down my neck. So here's the thing, right? Now here's the ultra I want to push scope. But it's going to be happen afterwards. I want to have local multiplayer, networked local multiplayer. Like you have a buddy with a phone, you have your phone, and then you can race each other and have it be networked. And I want to do it without a server. Now this is the ultra, like if we do that, it's gonna expand this game. I want to get this game out, and then maybe I'll add that as an update or something. But wouldn't it be cool if like you can, like, I don't know, maybe turn on Bluetooth, and you guys connect to Bluetooth, and you can play this game locally. Yeah, peer to peer, exactly, Dr. Lavin. Like I think that would be really rad. And I've been doing a little minutia of netcode professionally. Not even that much, but I have to like deal with that lately. And it's got me thinking about how I would apply this and implement it here. So I think this would be a really, really cool thing. Peer-to-peer networked multiplayer for a phone, yeah. So you and the other person get together. They don't even have to have data. They don't have to have data at all. They can just, like, neither phone needs to have data. Just have like a Bluetooth connection, and you guys can just go ahead. Or maybe something else. I don't know. I have to like investigate what options mobile phones have for me at my disposal to be able to do this. But I think that'd be really rad, man. And I really don't want to have a server because I hate like the idea of products you purchase. Or the products that you purchase being reliant upon third parties, and if that third party goes down for whatever reason, you have an inherently less valuable product as a result, or no product even. I hate that, and as a developer, I have the power to like not do that, or at least provide the means to prevent that as much as possible. And I think this could be a cool microcosm, like affording something cool that doesn't require. Like, you don't have to go to Cozy Cabin Game servers to get access to stuff, right? Like, it's something that exists completely independently. And it's something that encourages people to, like, play with another friend, right? Like I have the power to do this, so why not do it? So maybe I'll do that as a separate thing, and then if I decide I actually want to commit to that, then I might make. It's gonna make things a lot more interesting, right? Like the type of vehicles you choose to play with, the kind of builds you make. Like if I add a stupid dumb hot dog thing that's like 1 HP, like sure for personal play it's not worth doing it, but if you could play with a friend, you could be like, hey, you want to you want to do a dog race? Like it allows for possibilities like that, and I think that's actually really sick. So that's a big maybe, but I really want to, man. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, exactly, man. Research and networking made me want to die, just so overwhelmed with terminology. I mean, it's a lot to consider, and you have to architect your stuff very particularly. Like for me, I'm probably going to do my own bespoke thing instead of relying on third-party stuff. But there's third-party stuff that are very handy. Like you can use Proton or Mirror to do a lot of the bulk of networking stuff for you. But I think for me, I want to get better at it, so I'd rather handle it myself. For me, it completely changed my life after I built 6 specialized agents and 1 orchestrator that distribute the work amongst them. Now I just provide specs in Larch and they do all the work. I mean, there's a whole thing for that. This is not the space for it, though. This is not the space for talking about AI agents and all that stuff. It's just not what I'm interested in. When you add that, you should try to get up to like 6 to 8 players. Lots of player games cap out at 4, which is just feels terrible when it's a large group. Yeah, I never really have to think about it. Of handling because if it's peer to peer, there's no authority. I mean, there could still be an authoritative thing, but things get complex as you scale up. Luckily, this game is very simple, and the things you're networking are not that much, but I don't know. I have to revise the architecture of this game too, because I didn't design it for that, and I would want to have some central way of routing all changes in games, and then we have to do interpolate. That's a bunch of stuff. What is going on here with world position though? Get UV, vert. We're passing world position, so that's good. World position. Oh, you know what's happening? No, that's not what's happening. Maybe it is, actually. We're calculating this at the vert level, but it's gonna be interpolated across the fragments. So that's actually not an issue. That's actually not an issue at all. So I'm not gonna worry about that. I don't think that's the issue. So it's some underlying. It's an underlying thing with this function. What would multiplayer look like? I would have to have a dragon engine, and you have to putt, and I'll just pass you and never see you again. I mean, that could be the case, how it works, man. There's games that allow that. If you're playing with a buddy. It's up to you to make it fair. Do you like working on old monitor? I do enjoy it. It feels very different from my regular work. Thank you, Abby. I'm glad you dig the setup. So, yeah, we still haven't addressed this issue, though, of this very real issue. I mean, we can fix the outline thing, because that's more direct, but this is a very glaring thing. I can't ignore this. And it's kind of sloping upwards as well, so there's something weird happening. And does it change when I go up and down? Is it changing with Y position at all? I'm not seeing it change with Y position, which is even more odd. The control map is working, actually. It's cutting through it. So that's another hint. The issue is not... Oh, that's actually odd, because now that I think about it, how are we getting the control map. We're using, oh, wait, 1 second. That's for the water stuff. How are we sampling the color texture? Oh, we're using, okay, what's UV? You're used here though. And round interval. This is from the water effect stuff. We don't have any water effects things happening here at all. Oh, but if I got rid of this, if I got rid of this and I just passed in i.uv, well, we get an error, so that's great. i.uv. Actually, why are we getting error? That should be fine syntax. Undeclared. What's undeclared? UV is very much declared. Oh, wait 1 second. What happened to you? Okay. The issue still persists though, so it's not that. It's not that. Okay, so that rules out one other thing. What could affect the color? Like the only thing I could see affecting it would be like the outline, but even then the outline is not. So it's happening by 0, angle equals 0. And you would get this if like a bunch of values were mapping to the same, like if it was getting rounded down or something, you'd get this kind of value. And it's sloping down, which means X is an input that's affecting it at some level. X is affecting the value. Interesting. And the control map is sampling things correctly, so I'm not concerned by that. We're also using i.control.uv at 10 o'clock. So, dude, what's going on, K-Life? What's going on, Riri? Maybe sync unlocks in a lobby that encourage people to play more. That way they can experience the better stuff and then work towards it. Could be counterintuitive though, since not having it could be a goal to work for. Oh, like maybe have, I see what you're saying, Poison, where like two people who have like if you have person A and B and A has a bunch of unlocks, or maybe you can do like a unison where like everything that they have in common, like all their unlocks get combined together, and that's what's available for them to use in the lobby. That's gonna be a whole thing too, because now we're gonna have to. I was thinking about maybe just having a simple you connect and that's it, but you race with the current ship you have. But then if we do that, you're gonna have to network the main lobby, and you have to be able to go back and then change it and then sync it. I mean, that's worth doing though, if it improves user experience. All right, 1 second. Let me get some snacks. 1 second. Or a snack. Honestly, I'll get a bagel with cream cheese right now, but I really want to finish tackling this. This is bothering me. So we established this works. So what's I.UV? Is this the regular UV for the mesh? I believe the UV for the coordinates for the mesh should be, unless like maybe my UV for the mesh is incorrect and bad. That could be a thing. Like I wonder, actually, what if I just use this I.UV thing for like what if I use the angle for this as well instead of taking the geometry? What if we just calculate UV directly? So I think it should be fine. Like it's at most I would have to remap the value for the angle to be 0 to 1, but like I don't think that'd be crazy. Like we'd pass in, I mean, first of all, this doesn't need normal anymore, so we can simplify this API a little bit. You don't require O.world normal anymore. We're reformed, we're changed, we're a different person. This is no longer applicable either. And then, do we have I.world position? Is that a value we pass in? Yeah, we do pass that in, perfect. So we get the I. We're gonna use I.world position dot x. We're probably have to multiply it by like the size of the image or something to scale it appropriately, or divide it by like size. And then we're gonna have this divided by 360, and then we also have to it's going to deform the image like crazy. That's the thing. So we have to make some hard decisions. Rather cozy, thank you, man. I just do it for fun. I like it. It's just different. I enjoy it. Is there no size parameter? Is that why it's being weird? No. Why are you being odd? Yeah, parentheses are not going to solve this. Why are we being weird here? Invalid number of arguments for float 2 expected 2 actually got. Where's the third one coming from? Where's the third argument coming from? You have, this is the first one, then we get to the comma, then we go to this one, and then it's, yeah, it should be just 2. Am I just dumb? Am I missing something? Are one of these dots not a dot? Actual 3. It's saying there's 3 parameters in there. Dude, what? Alright, let's just not go crazy. Just get rid of terms until things are better. Okay, that fixed it. I don't know why. That's weird. It should be fine. The irony is that now the underlying code is coded in computational language, which makes it harder to read for anyone except... Wait, what? The underlying code is encoded in computational language. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you talking about the code that like gets compiled from this, or I don't know. We have a size parameter though. So we have world position. We're dividing it by size. You know what, actually? It's world position per fragment, okay. It's interpolated. If we divide it by size, it can still, we have to like do wrapping or modulo or something. I think we have to do some kind of modulo to make sure it's like it'll be x modulo size divided by size, and then for y to be correct, I'm trying to figure out how to make it y not distorted, because we can get like y divided by 360 is going to get you like 0 at the start of the cylinder and then wrap around, and it's going to be 1 over here. So the texture's going to be stretched across all of that. I don't want to do that though. So we have to find, like, based off the size, the arc distance that texture would wrap around for, and then include that within this calculation. We have size is defined here. But this is size. I guess size should be defined in world space, like how much distance. This is no longer just, it's not image size, it's like arc size, like size per pixel, essentially. The arc distance per pixel. What about beta core? What? Well, X and Y are not necessary to read based on the code itself. What do you mean X and Y are not necessary to read based on the code itself? Is that there are calculations, equations, so it's difficult to gauge what exactly is happening with every step of the code lines. Well, that's just a general, like, coding, right? Like, unless you have the context, it makes it hard to understand why we're doing what we're doing. Also, what's going on, Jocelyn? Like, even I struggle with that, with any code base that's not mine. But I don't think the value is, for most people, is understanding it, honestly. Like, I mean, if we can talk about it, it can be like an educational thing if I'm trying to teach. But when I'm trying to work on this, when I'm tackling a problem, usually I'm not the best at communicating what exactly is going on. Maybe something I have to work on. I don't know. Hey, what's going on, Kate and Jocelyn? Have you turned into objects? What do you mean turn into objects? And also, turning things to objects is not fast. Also, we're working in like shader code land. Not much. What about you? No, we're doing some shader stuff today. We fixed the backgrounds and we added outlines to them, so it's looking better now. And now I'm trying to figure out this bug with the visual, so I'm kind of calculating the UVs for the textures in a different way instead of using the geometry, just out of curiosity. And now we're going through a thing of like, I might have to draw this out honestly, because it's like, it's a bit weird for me to work through, so like mentally. So I think we're just gonna draw it, and we're gonna better understand what I'm trying to figure out, or what I'm trying to achieve here with this cylinder. You can tell how much we love cylinders in this game. Like, so much of this is just cylinders. You can see so many cylinders here, man. All for just this game. I'm gonna make a poster out of this. We're gonna print it out. I think that's gonna be super cool. Even if it's just 5 people have it or something. Even if it's just for me, I think it's cool to have this. So we have this cylinder that exists, that the game takes place on. Okay, that's not the right length. There we go. It's better. No. Even more. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. And it's transparent there. And the player can like live here, for example, and they're going this direction. And what's currently easy to do is we're getting like a texture and trying to map it onto the surface of this sphere. And that requires getting a UV coordinate. Before we're getting it directly from the geometry, so usually like you have meshes and they'll have some kind of UV coordinate attached to each vertice, like 0, 0 something, and then this one could be like 0, 1, 0. But for some reason I don't feel trustworthy of it because I manually mapped it and I'm seeing some weird stuff, so I'm assuming I did something wrong. So we're gonna instead get the UV mathematically, deriving it. We have a function that gets given a position on the surface will return the angle in degrees around it with a single winding. So it goes to 360, and then if it goes past 360, it's just going to go back to 0 and wind from there. And currently, it's easy for us to like map. You know, we have 0 here and then a value here to 360. That's cool, but keep in mind UV coordinates UV coordinates operate within a normalized space. So like an origin here is at 0, 0, and then the maximum value is at 1, 1, and then you can imagine what these coordinates are going to be, right? But everything has to be like from 0 to 1. And then you have different wrapping modes that happen, whatever. I'm enforcing that we're going to be clamped within 0 to 1 range. So an easy thing I could do for like calculating the Y value would be like just get the angle of theta, whatever it is, divided by 360, and we for sure are going to have a value from 0 to 1 on the Y axis, right? The problem though is that you're going to have this texture that might be meant to be a square. It's going to be stretched across the entirety of the cylinder until it comes back up here, and like that's not going to look good, especially if the texture is only like, let's say this wide, you know, occupies maybe a space of like 1 meter. So we have to do something more than that. We need to have a calculation for the Y component of our UV that takes into account the arc length of our texture within world space. We already have to define that for the X coordinate. It's easy to translate the X position. If the cylinder axis right here is X, the X coordinate, it's easy to translate to this. So now we have to translate it size or length onto the Y. So what are we going to do about this? So one idea might be finding out what is the arc distance for theta. Okay, I'm realizing there's another component to this that's going to change and make things complicated, which is the fact that we have shells of different lengths or different radiuses that are all occupying, composing the background. So like if you have a texture that, for example, let's say takes up here, for example, the texture wraps, the arc distance that this texture wraps is like, can I get a different color please? Thank you, I'm being dumb. Let's say this texture takes an arc length of like a quarter of the sphere. Well, the internal one, the one that has a smaller radius, that is going to wrap further up a little bit more, and then the innermost one is going to wrap even further around. So that's another input we're going to have to consider, is radius, the distance from the shell is from the center. So that's another thing we're going to have to account for within this if we want to continue down this path. Or I can just try getting correct geometry and try to learn how to be a better 3D modeler and just have this data baked into there, which I still think maybe this is actually fine because it seemed like it worked fine before. So maybe this whole, oh my goodness, oh that's from the cell thing. Maybe the shader rabbit hole is like, because it's like working fine here now. So I'm not sure what's actually happening. Maybe it has nothing to do with this. Maybe I don't have to worry about recalculating control in some fancy schmancy way. Oh my goodness. Yeah, maybe I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, and I'm starting to think that maybe this is not the issue. Maybe this is not the route I want to go to. Maybe I don't want to deal with this. So we go back to i.uv and use the UV coordinates from the geometry. Because if the issue was the UVs from the geometry, we would have saw, like, even if that issue went away, yeah, you see this? Like, once it goes away, it's fine under there. Interesting. Is there something? Okay, and it goes away and it looks fine here. So no, I don't think actually the UV from the geometry is a problem. Okay. I'm so confused though. And the fact that it's like kind of stateful is what's weird to me as well. And it's happening when you use control. So what else could be happening here? Why do I have two identical conditionals here? Control.a is less than alpha threshold, or control.a is less than alpha threshold. That seems kind of dumb. I don't think the issue is happening there, because if this was the issue, you'd have a discard happening, not a opaque color being rendered. Now we have our outline thing, and I mean we can remove the colors here. We can remove all the logic. Recompile. Interesting. So things did change. The issue is still persistent, which means it's not the outline that's causing the issue. So that's a positive thing. And if we bring it back in, you have what's going on with the control map now? Why is the control map being weird? Was this? They're the same thing. That can't be it. No, control.a. Oh, whoops. They are different. They look similar. They're different though. I'm dumb. Okay, yeah, but that's the issue still persists even without the outline thing though. Even if we had the control expression there. So okay, this is not it. What else happens here? This is the else. We're not using this though. That's not happening here. We have the fog calculation. That shouldn't impact anything. And then we have the final lerp, the composite. Between lit color, the E color, the emissive color, and then using the alpha. And then we have lerp between composite and then fog. And fog value. Not gonna lie, I don't feel like this is... I don't feel like the issue's coming from here. Would it be 2 pi r times the percentage of the circle from one point to the other? That seems right to me, Burninator. I don't know though, I have to think through it. For something you can probably fix in Blender. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that's what I'm thinking too, Kate. Is there a seam in the UV? There shouldn't be. That's what I'm hoping for. And even then, you know, actually, let's verify this. Let's verify it the good old-fashioned way of just looking at it. And let me find the mesh in Blender or in the Unity project. Because it's happening only... No, it's not happening only there. It's happening a few other places now that I think about it. But this is where, like, 0 is, where things would wrap around. If we go up enough, I'm not seeing it happen again anywhere else. And then it happens here. Maybe there is a seam. Maybe that's exactly what's happening, is that there's just a seam in the mesh. In which case, I'm gonna be very... I mean, it's gonna be nice that my code is not wrong, but also it's gonna be annoying because I have to go into Blender to do this. And your mesh is what? Mesh.cylinder. You're in resources. Okay. File. Do I have to import it? And the thing is, like, it changes. That's the thing that's weirding me out. Maybe, which is also kind of making me not trust that it's just a bad seam or something. Because then it'll be consistently behaving like that. But the fact that it appears and disappears makes me think that maybe it's actually a an issue with an issue with the shader at some level. Let me do this. UV editor. No. Select everything. Or go to edit mode. It looks good to me though. I'm not seeing any weird seams here. This seems all correct to me. Yeah. This looks all correct. So that's okay. That rules one thing out, which means it is indeed a skill issue. It is indeed a skill. Okay, yeah, we're fine, I think. Well, isn't it heartbreaking when like your code's actually wrong? Okay, but at least I don't have to mess around with this. On the same rotation every load? Yeah, same rotation every load, yeah. It looks wrong? Will haunt you in your dreams, yep. Let me think. Let me do something actually. Let's do another level of debugging. Let's actually inspect for further validation. Let's do float 4 and then do x. Let's do this and just look at it in game. So we're printing out the x and y coordinates now. Oh, interesting. So one place over here becomes red instantaneously. Is it the one that isn't using a control map? I wonder. That's a little weird. And I'm not seeing a distinct seam. Oh, but this is the layer for the clouds. No, but you're still using... I wonder if it's using the same... It should be using the same shader. Yeah, it's using the same shader because it's being affected by this. Interesting. Wait a second. So now there's a distinct seam here for like red and... What is going on? That's actually really weird. The fact that they're changing, hopping around. And the fact that the underlying ones aren't having that. And the fact that most of them aren't even having that seam pop up at all. And we're getting the characteristic look that's happening here. So issue is happening from UVs. Weird. So there's one region that's just red. One second. Wait. Let me. So reswizzle is XY, and that's gonna be the X and Y coordinate, right? And Y. There's overlapping faces, but I think I was wrong. Is there overlapping faces? It like jumps around. Yeah, it's weird. This is really strange. I'm wondering, like, cause this is i.uv. Do we do anything to i.uv at all? Oh, it does a transform text thing here. I don't think that should. I mean, it affects things if you're using the tiling and offset stuff from Unity, but we're not doing that. This is so bizarre, man. And on top of it, there's like... Is it like a cylinder, or is it like... I think this is actually one cylinder that's like bad or something, or weird. Okay, I shouldn't have closed down that Blender file. 1 second. Let me reopen it. And we're gonna continue our interrogation. File import FBX. Let me just. So. X is gonna be. Okay, so X is gonna be long ways on the cylinder, and Y is gonna be the. Okay. Let me check something. Let me select all the points for one edge and make sure that they're aligned. Nope, they seem aligned. Yeah, so it's not like we flipped an edge or something. Okay. And that means what over here? That the red is... Red means that, like, the value for Y, or no. This is wrinkling my brain a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little wrinkled. And the fact that there's no seam is also messing with me. Like, are we doing something weird with... Is there anything else we're doing with... Vertex? Yeah. Initialized output. This is for world position, world normal. V dot normal, O dot UV equals... I'm sorry, what? Is this even the UV from the geometry? Wait a sec, it's the same UV core. We're not using the UV from the... No, O dot control UV. That's for the control map. Oh, we're not outputting the UV from the geometry. This is... I had it backwards. The UV you're using for the texture is not from the mesh, it's from this. Which means that our calculation here for get UV is actually incorrect. There's something weird going on here with our theta. So the issue is with this code. I had it backwards. So if I were to swap this out and like use I dot control UV, we should get the characteristics we're looking for and expecting. Yes, okay. Like if I die now and... Yeah, we see the seam there. Let's see if we see a seam. Retry. Yeah, and now we see a seam where we expect it to. Where a Y goes from 0 to 1. Okay, and this looks... This matches the characteristics we'd expect from a cylinder, and everything seems to be mapping correctly. Doesn't this look cool? It looks like we're approaching a really blazing hot, like, tunnel or something, like an exhaust or something. Okay. So now we know where where things are falling apart, and that is it's falling apart with the way we're calculating our UV from angle. And let's look at the values we actually have here. So now we're using for UV. That was totally, I confused myself. I should really clarify this actually. So okay, we calculate the world position. That's fine. Do we actually use 0 here? I forgot if that, how the math shakes up there. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, it's still happening. Bad things are still happening. Bad things are very much still happening. Okay. I'm curious, and then there's like an area that's like blacked out here. So that's no bueno either. And we get this, which is actually correct. Okay, cool. That seems correct. So now that we know what we're dealing with here, why, or the green channel is, where are you? So the green channel is theta. That's our theta. And world position dot x, which is not right. And I think we're still going to be encountering the problems we discussed before. That means that somewhere along the line, our theta value is just spiking to like absolutely 1 here. And then every other value here is like stuck. Or no, is it gradually changing? No. There's another point here. So it's at 0 and 180. And I'm not seeing a gradient that I would expect from this. So I wonder how our translation from the CPU side code to this has gone. I mean, first let's just remove possibilities here. I know swizzling should be fine, but I just don't trust anything anymore. And that shouldn't change things. Yeah, so it doesn't change things. Okay, so that's not the issue. So then it's like, all right, are the values we're getting here what we expected them to be? The Microsoft docs did specify that the values here should be between pi or pi over 2. And right under the normalized values are from 0 to 1. So they vary from -1 to 1, so maybe multiply it by pi over 2. Let's see how that works. Oh. Now that's interesting. Okay, that's something. It's not a smooth gradient, but we're stepping in the right direction. At least. We're using normalized y here. Oh yeah, it's the value, just the y value, yeah. Or rounding somewhere. Oh yeah, maybe that too. That's always a possibility. What's going on? I am. Yo, what's going on, G Jacob? It's good to see you, G Jacob. It's been a fat minute, man. Glad to see you, dude. Yeah, let's see here. Analyze. No, there's just like a basic lookup here now. Convert a sign. I wonder if like it's issue here. Like, I'm assuming a sign is producing radians, but I didn't find anywhere in the documentation that explicitly said what a sign returns. So maybe we just comment it out and then see what that does. Oh, I'm seeing some kind of gradient, but not doesn't look correct yet. I saw it somewhere. Yeah, over here. Look at that for a second, and then like it died. So okay, that's something. I wish I could find the actual documentation that specifies what units does arc sign return in HLSL. I didn't see it anywhere in the docs. Arc sign per component. You're not helping me here, man. I need something. I mean, all the components need to be in relative to pi over 2, so I'm assuming it's radians, but I mean, is Brian 2? What's Brian 2? Is that? I'm assuming it's a library. This is a dude's own implementation of, or actually I don't know, maybe it's actually the OG implementation. Hey Mr. Cozy, what's going on? I'm relatively new here, so I do apologize and I don't know what to call you. It's all good. To extend an extreme thanks for helping me have a stress-free night. Thank you, Heavy, or Heavy. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. That's the goal here, man. I think there's a lot of my day job, or not day job, but just daily life that kind of stresses me out. So doing these streams are pretty relaxing for me, and hopefully it's relaxing for you guys too. So it means a lot that you said that. Thank you, man. Especially on this dark and stormy night. What's going on here? Microsoft Docs, MSDN. It talks about the input for X, but it doesn't talk about the return. Same dimensions as input.x. Same dimension. Oh, that's about, yeah. That's if it's float versus float 4 versus matrix. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. Okay, let's do something. We're just gonna test directly for something first. We're gonna do we're just ascertain this. We're gonna test for this directly. So arc sign. So arc sign, let's go with what we know, right? So an arc sign of 90 should return arc sign, or my A sign. So we're going to return known values. Let's actually calculate this too. I don't trust myself. We have a big mistrust here. I'm going to move this closer. We're going to go to Desmos. Okay. We're going to do arcsine. So I believe Desmos does do radians. And let's say, like, I don't know. Let's do this in pi. In terms of pi, it's undefined. 2 pi. So 2 pi is the entirety of a circle, right? Which means half, just pi should be like a quadrant, which is why it's undefined, because it's going to be pointing up there. I'm assuming, I don't know. Let's just do x. It's going to give us the value range for everything here. So a value of like -1 is going to give you, what? Is that pi or half pi? That looks about like half pi. So pi over 2. So the output here is going to go from negative pi over 2 to positive pi over 2. So if I give it, oh, this is mapping from -1 to 1. The MSDN docs said that it has to map from pi over 2 to pi, from negative pi over 2 to pi over 2. Actually, what? Each component of the x parameter should be within the range. And when it says x parameter, it's talking about input values. So, okay, I'm not crazy. So I'm assuming they're mapping a value, instead of -1 to 1, it's mapping a value range of negative pi over 2 to pi over 2. Okay, so negative pi over 2 should return negative pi over 2. And then we should normalize it. That's what I'm thinking. Or actually, I want to get something that's not going to be... something that can display, like, gray. So we can verify this is working how I intend it to work. So so pi over 4 is probably what we're going to use. So we're going to do pi over 2 divided by 2 again to get our pi over 4. And this should produce like perfect gray. If we're using radians as an input, in fact, let's just do this ahead of time. Float radians is going to be pi over 2 divided by 2. And then we're going to have our test case for degrees, which I think this value would map to like, I don't know, 45. I think, I'm pretty sure. 90 degrees should be pi over 2, so 45 degrees should like be half of that. So if I'm right, this should be perfectly gray. This is red. So that's... oh wait, not perfectly gray. It's gonna be like half red. Yeah, and I can't really tell very well how... let me modify this a little bit. We're gonna use this value for 2 things. Also, I'm not using the radians. I think I can just return radians directly, but I want to make sure alpha is... my goodness, I can't type. Why are you mad at me? Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, whoopsie. Well, here's a cool thing. I can do this. And it's gonna be terrible. But who cares? In fact, I could be like, don't lie to me, Microsoft. You said, 3. Yeah, you said you can do this. So I'm trusting you to say, I'm trusting that this is possible. So this is perfectly white. Okay. We're gonna do something here. Because I already don't want to do this. Okay, we recompiled the shader. It's saying shader error actually, so maybe I'm not. Let me just do something real quick. Let's just force a recompilation. Yeah, there's still a shader error. Okay, what's going on here? It's with the smart tile tritectors. Oh, these are not relevant shaders. That's fine. I don't care about them. And this is doing what I expected to, kind of. Okay, so this does not work. Let's try degrees now. And it's just black. So, wow, this is kind of, oh, I'm stupid too. If we're gonna do, if this is, I'm so dumb. Because I forgot, like, we're trying to ascertain, we know the input should be radians. I'm dumb. I'm dumb here. We're trying to figure out output. I'm being very dumb here. I'm being very silly. Let's just do this a little bit more reasonably. So we're gonna do, because we ultimately want to have value be in terms of yeah, we know the Microsoft docs that this should be over pi over 2, like relative to pi over 2. So that's not the part that's going to be confusing for us. Or the input should be over 2. So we're using radians. Then that's a resultant, yeah, and then arc's a sign, and then so this is the input, and then we're processing it as if it's returning radians. Okay, and that looks gray. So everything is radians. We are working in radians. That is the assumption here. Everything looks gray. For comparison, as we'd expect it to. For comparison, like, this is what a value of 1 looks like. Yeah, much brighter, right? So, okay, we've confirmed what we kind of assumed from the very beginning, that this is working in radians. Cool. Alright. That was kind of, that feels kind of dumb, but at least we know for certain input radians, output radians. I'm good with this. So now we can go back to what we were debugging before, which was this, and which was this function here. Actually, not even this function, but rather this particular function. And now we know what we're dealing with, so we can actually work with things in the way that they're supposed to be, which means we're still multiplying this by pi over 2, because that's how it's mapping values. Mapping normalized values, a magnitude of pi over 2. And since our function is the whole thing here is saying, hey, we're gonna guarantee we're giving you your value in degrees, I would want to have okay. Oh, Griff, I'm just working on a game right now. I'm making a game called Radial Rush. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Zero. Yeah, and right now I'm fixing some shader stuff. Some visuals. Can you just call me a comic? What's going on here? Well, I'm curious. What is going on here? Oh, okay, yeah, this is the regular questions. My EP is going to bed. Have a go. You have a go on day, Jacob. Yeah, Radiance, Loki. That's all we're doing today. Is a little. I mean, hopefully not today. I want to do other things, but yeah, it's the vegetables. Okay, so we normalize position Y and Z. Cool. We multiply by pi over 2 to make sure that it's mapped to that magnitude. Cool. And next we do these. We calculate out angle theta. Since since we know it's in radians now, returning radians, we actually have to convert to degrees. And then we do absolute value. And that makes sense. And then everything else here is much more of a straightforward comparison about how we have to map the values. Though I wonder how. Well, it should be as simple as multiplying, right? So I don't think negative value should really impact stuff here. What I'm concerned. So let me actually remove this now that we have the obvious stuff taken care of. Okay. Now keep in mind x, red is the x position, and the y is theta, which is the blue component. In fact, I don't care about the x component at all, because the x component's position, it's very easy to like. That value is not a concern. We know what's going on there. So let's actually make this easier for me to debug, which is going to be in this shader. We're not going to output where are you? Here. We're not going to output x. We're just going to output y directly. That's all we care about. So now this should make things much more explicit. And our value for y seems to be very consistent. It's like maxed out. It's either one or the other. So this feels like some kind of rounding issue, in all honesty. That's what this feels like. I also wonder if it's an issue of like interpolation. But I'm assuming the V2F should just interpolate stuff. Like it's. I feel like that's usually how it behaves anyways. It's not behavior you have to specify with a keyword or anything. So, another question here. How's rounding? X is greater than 0. Yeah, even with the multiplication of pi over 2, negative value should still be negative, positive value should still be positive. And that's what we're using to determine the quadrant we're going to map things onto. And then from here, like, that's just what happens. We are printing out a float. Okay. In fact, let's move this over because that's we're going to be going between these very often. So within our function get UV, you're turning, no, your float 2 is correct actually. That is expected behavior. That's fine. We're passing world position. That is a float 3. That is correct. We're creating a new float 2. So no rounding should be happening at this level. What about here? O.UV. You should be a float 2. So that seems like it should be fine. Let me check something though. Is UV correct in our B2F? Yep, it's defined as float 2, text scored 0, text scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep. All that makes sense. It's not like any value get rounded there. Huh. And there was no rounding on the X value as well. I also remember that too. Oh, you know what? No, because this should be... I was like, maybe these values are wrong, the math we're doing here, relative to A, because these are all in degrees. But no, we already should be assuring ourselves that A is within degrees, not radians. We make sure that the output from this sine function is within the value range we'd expect it to be in. I mean, I could just do this stuff in radians. That wouldn't be crazy. But I feel like that's just moving the problem around, but I don't know, maybe I should just do that actually. Oh, Weird Al Yankovic. Yep, it's Weird Al Yankovic, yep. Able to question? What do you want to question? His real name is Daniel Radcliffe. Is absolute value doing something weird? It shouldn't, right? Yeah, they're all returning floats. They're detecting floats. We're just in float land right here. Yeah, I feel like we're all floaty. Okay, let me do something. Let me just return just A. I'm just curious now about this. This is the value for A just directly, which is matching the pattern we see here, oddly enough. Though we have this like little blurry section here. So that is odd. There's like a little seam there. And it has nothing to do with geometry. That's purely like calculated values. Is our world position like wrong? Like, I know I checked that, but I'm actually just... I know I'd done this before. Let me look at our CC light model, because I'm pretty sure we've done some matrix stuff there. Like writing our own lighting model feels like way faster than dealing with this, man. I think we did a demo showcasing how to write your own lighting model in less time than it takes to just get this calculation working. Okay, here we go. So we do. Oh no! This is we're still using one as a. Oh, so we're still using one for the W value. Multiply world to local. That's a matrix you're using for that. Okay, never mind. Okay, unity object to world. v.vertex. We just use v.vertex directly? What? That feels wrong. I feel like we've done... Have I been like... There's no way... I don't even trust my own code now. What's going on? We've done world calculation in a different set of ways. This is deeply disturbing. But I could have sworn we've done this before. We do mul unity object to world space, and then we do this calculation. Like, that seems correct to me. But we had an example where we just did v.vertex directly. So I don't know. Okay, we're gonna look. HLSL unity object to world space. This is a very common thing. Someone has to have an example of it. I don't want to use. Oh no, standard random. Okay, no. And shader lab, no, we're using HLSL, dude. I've done this so many times. I feel like I should actually just... No, not academic. Programming. Nope, they're not doing that. You know what I should do? Which might be just a faster way of getting what I want. Or confirmation on what I want. What is it? How am I doing it? Nope, this is just a fragment thing. Okay, I'm just gonna trust that I'm right here. I'm just gonna trust that I'm right. This should be correct. I think this should be right. So I'm not gonna assume that I'm wrong here. Float 4, whoops, this should be a float 3. It doesn't really matter because I think it's still, but... No, that's fine. Okay, what am I looking for? We're hunting down any places where, like, rounding imprecision. The thing is, like, there's not really much that can happen that can cause that to happen. That. Like UV. Oh no, that's for depth maps. Yeah, we need the depth map stuff. Yeah, like this is it's pretty direct what we're doing here. So I don't see how that can be this. I think the issue just has to be squarely within the actual thing. Whoops, rebuilt my layout. So I guess we... It's so odd. Oh, you know what? If this is returning degrees, this is not going to be a helpful value, actually. I just realized, because it's going to return angle. Let's make this normalized. That might be part of the issue. Okay, okay. And this is closer to the kind of behavior you'd want to see, where it starts off here and then it kind of fades out. Okay, now if we return the underlying function and stop early returning. Okay. So now it's kind of wrapping around like half the cylinder. That's not exactly what we want it to be. We want it to be a full 360 of values. Actually, that's even worse because it's not, well, not even worse, but it's not a smooth gradation even within a single quadrant. That's not good. But this is progress. Let me actually go through the scene because I want to see exactly how much area. And it's still sharp over here. And it's not due to the lighting model. This is the raw values. They're just, for some reason, getting that's a weird character. Oh yeah, okay, it's gonna keep changing because it's world position. Actually, even if it was world position, it would be smooth. It wouldn't be snappy like that. Oh, you know what? Out of curiosity, what if I calculate this? Because I'm assuming it's going to be interpolated across vertices, and that's correct, but that's not going to always produce. Maybe it's not going to produce quite the values I want. So maybe instead of using UV we have there, we're going to calculate our own UV. Like the same parameters. It'll be like get UV and then I dot world position, and then we're going to return that instead. Oh, someone's not happy. Why are you not happy? Unvalid subscript. Oh, because it's just, you're gonna be a float 2 eventually. You're still not happy. Redefinition of UV. Gotcha. I don't know, cylinder. Okay, what do we get here? The same behavior, does it? But now it's very consistent because we're calculating it per fragment instead of per vertex. So I mean, that's a win for like more precision. Still doesn't explain a lot of this odd stuff though, but we're getting closer. I can feel it. I can feel it. We're gonna have to clean up this class so much. Okay. There's a lot of cleanup to do here. Okay. This is good. So going back here. Actually, so this is with everything here being applied. And this is still applying the normalized 360 thing. Let me get rid of that, at least from here, and we can apply it directly where the function's called, so I can know exactly what temporary modifications I'm doing. Actually, maybe this should actually just make things normalized. At a certain point, though, it's like, why not just use the control map? Like, why are we doing this? Well, if the control map has a good enough UV, we can just use the same thing and just like, oh no, because the control map is stretched on like one axis, and this is meant to be like not. Dude, am I just overcomplicating everything? Am I making life just hard on myself? Like, instead of using, let's go to where we're using UV. Yeah, no. Let's use like I.control. Where's UV? Yeah, no. Shader error and what? Huh? Oh, this is smart tile stuff. I don't care about you. You're not important. Okay, this is... Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we... Oh, because we have to account for size, don't we? Okay, let's account for size then. I don't know. We have to remap some values, but... That's fine. We can do that. The world is our oyster. Okay, let's just... Is that doing what I want it to do? Okay, that's closer. Okay, this is... Well, the dimensions are not right, but we'll figure something out. $64. Okay. This is something. And at least we're not going to have any weird inconsistent stretching. It's just going to be the bad stretching until we fix the actual offset. And then now we just have to get like a ratio of size per cylinder. So like it'd be like this times float 2, and then it would be like y is fine, or x is fine. The y we'd have to multiply by like some kind of... It'd be like the magnitude of y and z or magnitude, or I guess just distance float 2, actually not even float 2. and I dot world position dot, and then we'll swizzle y z. We get the distance here, and then that'd be radius, and then we have to like map radius to like, it's gonna be proportional in some way how much is gonna be stretched. So the bigger the radius, the greater the stretch, which means the smaller this needs to be multiplied. Could we just start with an inverse proportional radius and then go from there? Be really stupid and then work out that way somehow. Times 64, no. What are we building this time? I'm fixing some issues with the graphics. You can see how the backgrounds are like warped in this horrific way. And we're trying to make it not warped like that. Is it getting stretched on the x-axis? I'm sorry, what? It might not have to be. Oh, I remember you. Oh, that's something different. Okay, you know what we can do? We're just gonna eyeball it. Hey, that looks pretty good. That actually looks really good. That actually eyeballing the value just worked pretty good. That's from the chunk thing not working. That's fine. That's the known that we could fix that. There's some weird rotations. I think that's from me playing around with the rotation though. So I'm not gonna chalk that up to this. I mean, this feels pretty fine if I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I know we can derive the actual correct math for the proper scaling of this, especially to make sure that it works consistently across different size values. On the other hand, though, it's pretty good, man. It's pretty close. Clouds, I think I removed them or replaced them with something, but yeah, we can bring them back at some point. Yeah, we just need to make this tile more. This is not bad though. This is working pretty decent. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Okay, you know what? We're gonna fix the outlines right now too while we're at it. We're gonna use our magic coefficient for the outlines. So stupid. Oh, whatever, man. It's fine. What did we do? Where is the outline? Where we process the outlines. Here's where we process the outlines. We do float distance. Yeah, we're gonna have like some. We should probably define it above, but whatever. So what do? We did be, what was the value? 1 and 0.5. And then we just multiply. Oh yeah, I wanted to make this a float 2. That's... No, I don't actually. Well, I wanted to make it a float 2. Because then we can make the reasoning. No, but I still want to keep this as a discrete value. So we'll just do this times sample scale. Okay, first of all, we're gonna make things take consistently the same amount of space. Okay, and then we can just do cool. And hopefully that should be... Wow! That's great. What happened here? Why is this... Oh, because I'm dumb. That's why. There we go. I'm not dumb. I just made a simple mistake. And how do the outlines look on longwise? Nope, they look still bad. Why is that? Multiplied. Oh, because we have to actually... I forgot. We have to make them... Nope. Nope. Float 2 should... This component times 0 would be 0, and then so on and so forth. Yeah. That actually seems correct. Unless I just have it backwards. Let's swap them real quick. Yeah, no. So it was... I guess it had to be swapped. It's not perfect, though. I don't like these magic numbers. I'm not liking these magic numbers at all. We're going to have to make something that's much more dynamic. Because I'm just pushing this issue to another time where I'm going to have to actually solve it for real, like a big boy. And actually do math and everything correctly. But I think if I want this to be have the utility, if I want this to be super easy for making new levels, I need to have the confidence that if I could put an arbitrary size for the texture, that it's going to do everything correctly here. And it doesn't seem like things are scaled correctly. Like the outlines are like different dimensions compared to the base texture, and that I don't like at all. I think that's garbage, poo-poo. Now we had this whole thing for 2 because we had another magic number. Which was 64. And now it's like super small. I have to remember what the textures for all this stuff are, or the texture sizes are for everything. But yeah, this is not scaling correctly. And I'm not going to go through this whole iteration cycle of like plugging and chugging numbers until something fits right. Like that number feels right, but I'm not going to do that for every... I either introduce a dumb, arbitrary, technical constraint for texture sizes, that is not informed by actual technical constraints, but rather just bad implementation. Or we just grow into this slop, which I don't like. So I think we're gonna have to do a proper, I want to do a proper thing. There's also more pressing important things too. But it's gonna bother me. What's going on here? My favorite numbers are magic numbers. This chat is making me lose your mind. Why? What's happening? What's going on? Percussion. Wait, what's going on here? Look up binary rounding errors. Talk to me when you get Minkowski spaces and Ricci tensors. We're past that onto flux. We passed it onto the flux capacitors. Encabulators, the turbo encabulator. You gotta avoid the side fumbling, guys. We divided by 0 to avoid the side fumbling. I had a friend studying for a big tech exam, and I was like, oh, I know a lot about this subject, and I sent him the turbo encabulator video. I was like, hey, this is going to help you out a bunch. This is going to be very useful for you. And for those who don't know, like, everyone should know, right? They should know about turbo encabulators. It's super simple stuff, guys. Auxiliary power units, yep. That's the only kind of APU I want to know about. Alright. So we sidestep stuff. We gave up. I mean, it's actually not good we do that, because there's some gameplay stuff that's also reliant upon it. And you know what? Maybe this might be exposing some fundamental issues with it. But that's why we have unit tests, right? Actually, we had the unit test passed fine for the different cases. So actually, I don't know. Maybe there's something just wrong or weird here in Shaderland. Distance. I'm sorry. What am I doing here? Oh, this is for fog stuff. That's why. Okay. Let's go through this. You have this, you have this, you have radius. We have our world position. That's how we calculate radius, okay. And then finally we do UV. And we're doing it in a terrible way right now. So let's actually think about how we're going to do this responsibly. Like big people. Well, I'm kidding. Big people are not responsible. But let's think about how to pretend. Let's do it the way we envision big people to be. So, flow 2. We're going to calculate our x and y values. X is going to be just iControl.uv. Wait a second. We're using the UVs from iControl. So we're not doing this. We're not. Actually, we're still going to have to. We're going to have to do something with this. Because I think there is going to be some differences between them because they're going to have different value ranges. So you have to make a decision about how much distance in world space is a pixel going to occupy? Because we want this to be pixel consistent for the world, so that different resolutions are still going to appear correctly. So like, I don't know, we can have we're gonna have size be mapped to the dimensions in pixels. So right now this would be like one meter. Quick math, dude. Was it 20 meters? A long time ago, maybe. I think I've changed it or something. Can we add a jet engine to the back of the ship? I have some designs, actually, for the engines, the different engines you're going to have options to. And one of them is going to be... One of them is a jet. One's going to be like the drivetrain of like a car, basically, or something like that. Another one's gonna be a hamster wheel that's like blowing bubbles and stuff. Oh, here we go. Yeah, hamster running it. Hamster wheels peak, yeah, exactly. There's also like the mustard engine I'm thinking about. Sense program. Yeah, Hancock, we don't really talk about AI here, man. I mean, I'm gonna mention this just because it seems like it's different than the regular AI questions we get, but I think there's still a reason and a point in doing that. I think there's still gonna be a need and stuff for programmers. Even like the worst case scenario that we're imagining, like you'd still have to have system architects to drive that stuff. About a ham saving a duck and looking at the sunset at the end. That sounds beautiful, dude. Do it, man. Yeah, there's a lot more nuance to that discussion as well. But this is not the space for it. At least this is not the space where I want to discuss it. Why does my brain feel so soggy? Distance from 0 to this, yeah. I could have sworn there's like a, this is dumb. Like, I think there's like a length function. Yeah, there's a length function. Why are you jumping up there, dude? But yeah, it's gonna produce what I wanted, what it produce. This is like the easiest part right here. So, X position, dividing it by size would be equivalent to just size, each pixel being 1 meter long. Actually, it would be like, if you want it to be really correct, we'd have to do it like this. Not multiplying by size, but actually, I believe mod size and then divided by size, and that's going to produce a normalized value within that range, within size. And then if you want to make it like smaller, we're going to have to multiply by that pixel, that coefficient we talked about, right? For both of these. Which means you should probably define like what, pixels per meter. Is that the term I want to use? If we're taking it and we want to shrink it down, then we want to make this smaller, right? So what I really want is actually meters per pixel. And it's gonna be like some small amount values or something. Or I can just do pixels per meters and then flip it. That actually might be, it's gonna be an extra operation to do. And then the switcheroo. Which is gonna be what? Right? I don't know. I feel tired. At least for this. I don't know why. I usually have really good stamina, but... So now we have... Let's make sure that we make the operations happen correctly in the correct order. So now we have X mod, and then it's gonna be again. In fact, we should just have, or like X length. I don't know what to call this term that we're producing here. But hopefully it should make this way more actually comprehensible, kind of. So why do they build? Why do they build a plane with car engines? Are you talking about like radial engines? I mean, that was old stuff before they just got to jet engines. I really like the whole thing is that car engines have higher efficiency at lower speeds, but then as you go to higher speeds, like jet engines start eclipsing it in terms of efficiency. But it only works if you're gonna be like, it works because flight speed for jet engines, like you're not gonna have much variability, whereas cars, like you have a lot of stops and starting, and yeah, I don't know. That's what I remember. But yeah, they used to have like a thing, like you've seen like car engines where they have like a V. There's like inline engines, and then there's like V configurations and all that stuff. But then back in the day, you had like you see like these V configurations for engines, where you have your pistons aligned in this kind of shape, or inlines where it's just a single line, and you're like, oh, that's cool, whatever, right? But then you get to old school planes that had these like engines oriented all over the place. Radial engine configuration. Yeah, and you added this crazy stuff for propellers. It's pretty cool. Diesel engines have an efficiency band too. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, you don't want to be holding down clutch when you're doing decrease speed in a jet engine. Yeah, a Subaru plane, a Subaru flat engine. I thought you for a second to make a Subaru plane at certain RPMs. That's interesting though. So I'm assuming this is just gonna work. Now the actual tricky part is gonna be the eye control. Actually, no, this is where it is. The actual tricky part is this one. So having, we have a value from 0 to 1. That's like the encompassing the entire cylinder, right? And now we need to understand, we need to get the circumference of that. And if we have the radius, which we calculated already, we can get 2 pi r, right? That's radius. Yeah, that seems correct. 2 pi r for radius, or 2 pi r for circumference, right? So we want to get the circumference of our shell. And that's just going to be, I believe I have a constant somewhere. We need 2 pi times radius. And that's going to be our circumference. And then given the length, we have to calculate the length of our image. Image length in meters. It's basically going to be size, the number of pixels times meters per pixel. Yeah. That's going to be our image length in meters. And then given our circumference, we're going to get like a coefficient of like image length divided by circumference. And then that's going to be the coefficient we multiply this by. I believe that's how it's going to work out. That's how the math shakes out. I think we're going to do the same thing actually here, where we do like that kind of wrapping behavior. Stupidly long variables, because of course. That's not going to make this shorter at all. That's actually, this is terrible. 0, 1. Okay, but this should be correct. And then now if I go to the game, press play, assuming materials actually have the correct size attached to them, which they actually don't now that I think about it. So you have to actually put the correct values, because I didn't do that. So you are a size of what? 32 by 32? Yeah, 32 by 32. Yeah, we should probably do this across. You're 128 by 128. See how things work? And then you're also 128 by 128. Actually, that's a city, but I think it should be the same dimensions. You are 120 by 120. Okay, cool. The panel properties. You stack. I don't like that. Also 128 by 120. Well, are you even? I don't trust this. Are you actually 128 by 128? Yeah, you are. I should have trusted you. Never mind. Okay, I think the manual stuff should be over though. You're just an empty shell, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Okay. 128. Okay, so these are all the appropriate sizes. Okay, so we should be able to save it and just run it. And hopefully things just work, man. Like, the scaling may be off because we just set an arbitrary value. Oh my freaking goodness. But it should at least be consistent on the X and Y. This is terrible. Okay, what is our value set here? Pixels per meters. Pixels per meters. It should be, okay, wait. I wanted to have like 10 pixels per meter. I think that was the idea. Okay. 32 pixels per meter. Okay, the Y is all kinds of messed up, so we did something wrong here. Oh wait, we calculated this. Are we using it? Yeah, it's used here. It should be used, okay. Yeah, we are using UV here. We're not using control UV. Okay, that's cool. Oh, wrong value. IntelliSense, you led me astray. Never mind, we're still where we're at. Image length. Or maybe... One second. Wait 1 second. I think we need to do another. This is the value 0, 1 currently where we're at. And we want to mod it. This is from 0 to 1. This is image length, and that's also 0 to 1. Do we need a? A light aircraft flying around. Okay, 1 second. I'm wondering, first of all, if modding floats within a normalized value range is going to be good at all. And my inclination is it's probably not. So, what I might just do, since we know that this is... I might just convert it back to a 360 value range so that... Y. Oh, I also the Y coordinates I forgot for this mesh are flipped, so this wouldn't be correct anyways because am I high? I flipped these values. And it looks exactly the same. We declare UV here. We're sampling UV for color here. For you, and this is the use control. This is the shader variant that should be active for this. We're also multiplying by size. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that, baby. What are you talking about? Okay, this is This feels like we're playing an MS Paint game now. That's something. Oh my goodness. Well, either way, it's all kinds of bad. It's all kinds of bad. Main text UV plus speed offset. That's if you're using. That's just if you're using the water stuff. But all these should have 0 values for that, so that's not going to impact anything. Yeah, if you actually don't even use the water UV for this at all, so it's actually fine. Okay. I see you use DWM. Can I ask which Linux you're using? I'm using just simple Ubuntu and i3. It works for me. I'm thinking about switching. I'm thinking about switching from Ubuntu to like Arch or something, or Catchy OS. Where am I wrong? That's what I need to know. I just need to know where am I wrong. In fact, you know what? Let's even do something else. Let's isolate this issue to one specific place. I bring good news that Jesus Christ is coming soon, that he died. Yes, he did. Amen. Rose again. Yes, sir. Accept. Okay, there's already regulation. If they find it profitable, it will be legal. Imagine the tax revenue with people. You're talking about flying cars? Do you memorize all that? No, I don't. Planes to drive. How to do this. I'm an Alpine guy, but I mount read only. And where I'm using a more image-based approach. What do you mean image-based approach? Like in terms of like UI navigation or what? Endeavor OS is what Lucas uses, Cozy. Oh, that's cool. I've seen some stuff for Endeavor OS. Make like a Waffle House order and scramble. I'm an Arch user. I'm not going to use Switch to Arch. I've been using it since 2018. Never used another Linux after. Yeah, I've been thinking about it just because Ubuntu is very much... Canonical is very much a thing. I know they sell data for like your searches and stuff like that. At least they used to. And then I got hit with an update prompt that I couldn't uncheck. I couldn't change when to do the update on the UI, and that made me mad. Like I was trying to say, hey, only security or not now or whatever, and I'd press the button, but it would go back to the default option no matter what I pressed. And I started having some Windows flashbacks, and then I realized, no, we're not going to do this. We're not doing this. So I think I've made up my mind. In my mind and heart, we're going to be doing the switch now at some point. Because after I got hit, I was like, you're not. I left you to avoid this. And now you're making me feel like I once did. So I just need to move my stuff into symlink all my important files into a single folder and then put on a Git repo somewhere and then back up my stuff into a drive so I can just easily set back up. But yeah, the move's happening. The move's happening. Open software, yeah. I build all, but home is a single CPIO for root and store those and use grub to switch. I can just also chroot, of course. What people want in a flying car is probably just a tilt rotator. Is losing that respect because they are doing the same why people switch to Linux. Yeah, and then there's also this dumb debacle with the Rust stuff too, and that whole thing happening in October, and that also tripped my alarm bells off. Here's the thing, I feel like I'm right on this, and yet it's making me think I'm not right. That's the problem. Also, is the issue is the issue not switching the order here, but rather the fact that we're using, one second, I think there's a way to salvage this. I think it was just this I need to switch for it to behave the way I'd want it to. Or am I just coping? I might be just coping. Okay, then maybe we're going to do the thing for the 360 conversion, where theta is going to be 360 times I control UV value dot x, and we're going to do all this stuff relative to the arc length. So we have like the image length in meters, which is actually just gonna be the arc length, and we're gonna use, we haven't converted theta to, but we have circumference here. So what we can actually do is, if we have, never mind, we're keeping this. But now we're gonna multiply like I.control.uv.x times circumference, which is gonna give us the entire length of the and then we're gonna do the image length meters. Divided by image length meters. You're still making me feel crazy. I feel crazy. Why gotta make me feel crazy? Okay. But now we're working in the correct. So now the thing is my wrap function, or that's not even a wrap function. It's like, it's supposed to be a normalized value. That's all we're converting back to. So for y, which is x, because that's how I configured stuff. We're modding by the length that we've calculated, x length. Assuming this is right, size in pixels times meters per pixel. That should be like the length, the length in meters. So we mod by it so that, you know, if it's like, let's say x length is like 30, right? And control y, the current. Wait a second. Control y is a normalized value already. So what we need to do is actually scale it by, oh my goodness. You know what? I'm just gonna use x position. I don't even care. We're just gonna use world i.worldPosition.x, because that's exactly what I essentially want this to do and behave like. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna come at this when I am rested and don't have a meeting, a big thing in the morning. if GA is a plane or a button. What's GA? Like TCC and Toybox instead of BusyBox and other modern things. I don't know what those things are actually, Johnny. Rush's still the same. It will eat your time until you get used to it, but it's worth because his kiss Princep, so you can get the whole Linux experience. By the way, sorry for English. No, you're good, man. I think that's gonna be the thing. I'm gonna need to like, I know Arch's gonna become a hobby at this point to get it set up the way I want to, but it's like, I don't know. I enjoy it. I enjoy working with it. Well, at least when I was using Catchy OS, it seemed very fine. Explain what? EP and Neeby to Sleepy. Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen here. I might just have to do this off stream or something. Actually, no, I want to still do this on stream, but it's just gonna be, yeah, we're gonna do it on stream, whatever. I just feel like I'm right, and the game is making me feel like I'm not right, and that's what's so mean about this. Because I feel like my math is right here. I feel like the little bit of math I've crammed, squeezed out of this, should be right. And yet, it's broken in ways I don't even comprehend. In ways I don't even comprehend. And that's what's odd about it. That's what's wrinkling my brain. Conclusion i.worldPosition.x mod x length. So the way I'm calculating x length even right? Am I doing these things right? Length of i.worldPosition.yz seems like the correct way to get a world space radius. I equals get UV. We're not even using this. Pixels per meter. And that's okay, 32 pixels per meter. That seems reasonable. It would be kind of small, but still, like, the images would take up 2 meters. If they're 64 by 64, 4 meters, but if they're not, so it's like 120 by 128, so it should be fine. Pixels per meter. That's dumb. That's supposed to be 1 divided by that. Okay, maybe that was it. Oh, I was right. Oh my goodness, guys, I was so right. It was just, I flipped the term. I accidentally didn't flip the term, the reciprocal and denominator. I didn't do it, but now I did it. Or not reciprocal and denominator, the numerator and denominator. The reciprocal was wrong. That was the problem. But now everything scales correctly. Oh my goodness. And then let's scale it up a little bit. I think I like more this density. So I make this like 128 per meter. Let's make it even smaller, my bad. Let's make it like 16. Okay, that looks a bit easier on the eyes. And if we go out the side and look around, look at that. I'm not seeing no stretching, no distortions, just good solid UV mapping. The big boy way, the correct way. You'll love to see it. Okay, it looks a little squashed there, but that's like a UV issue. That's fine. We live with those. We can live with UV issues. It's fine. This is fine. This makes me happy, okay? How about that? I feel happy. Why can't that be enough in life? Why can't I just be happy? The outlines look great, even though we're calculating it in a stupid way, but that's fine. You know, this would be fixed if I were to get that method working, though. Like, if I were to just, I don't know, mess around a little bit, get a little nuts. Actually, we're not going to do that because the method is, like, broken. I don't even know why it's broken like that in the C. It works fine in the CPU. I don't know why it just decides to craft the bread on when we move it to HLSL. I don't know what's the problem there, but hey, we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna gamble farts. We're just gonna be happy with what we've done. We're gonna be happy with what we have. We're gonna save the project. Save project. We're gonna add all our progress. Fixed shell shaders. Added outlines. Git push berg. Is it master? No, it's on refactor time, baby. Yeah. Beautiful. We're getting closer to the game, guys. Little by little, dude. He will take the knowledge to the crypt. Hidden secrets. What secrets? What? Explain what? What's going on? Who's going to explain? Ooh, Dr. Lavin. Told you. Who do you told? I can't find my answers without zero here. Whoopsie. Hey man, what's going on? Love your videos. Thank you, Mage DM. Now make GTA 6. That's gonna be a tall order, buddy. Nothing makes me happier than 12 hours of figuring out I forgot to put a semicolon. Yeah, well at least semicolons are easy. Like you're gonna get a compile error and it's gonna tell you where it's going wrong. The logical errors, that's where things go wrong because it compiles perfectly fine. It's just that you did something wrong. You done did something wrong there, buddy. And you gotta figure it out. You gotta figure her out before you get got. You gotta figure it out. Yeah, this is, I wanna change, let's document. Because I'm gonna forget this and it's gonna make me mad. Cylinder is the value along cylinder. This corresponds I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure I pressed tab. 2x chord in world space. And the final thing we need to do is like the outline. Because now we actually have like the correct stuffs. Like there should be a way to get this is relative to the control map, right? So we're sampling the control map, but we have to have the pixels correspond to the size of. Oh my goodness, this is not great. This is gonna be a whole thing. Oh my goodness, I feel. Okay, we're not gonna stress about it. We're just gonna commit this documentation so I don't forget. No, I just. Oh, I didn't add all, did I? What? Where? Oh, it's in the sub repository. So this was all wrong. Well, actually, I didn't commit anything. Well, any of the relevant stuff, the shader stuff. Fixed. UV calculation. Okay, I typed something wrong. Git push berg. No, it's not berg, it's origin. And FNF. Okay, that's the stuff for my dev kit. Let's go, big boys. Yeah, Johnny, big boy time. To go to sleep most nights in the most respectful way. Thank you. No, that's the goal here, man. If nothing else. Did I stream anywhere else? No, I've been thinking about maybe Instagram or going back to Twitch. I don't want to go back to Twitch, but maybe other social media platforms. I think out of the major ones, YouTube is the least reprehensible in my opinion. But I don't know. We'll see. Then 12 hours of figuring out. I forgot. Yeah. Sorry if I'm a complete noob, but are you coding right? Yeah, I'm coding. How do you know if you made a spelling error? I heard some games, I think if you have like one spelling error, mistake, or typo, it won't impact much. I mean, if you make a bad, like if you misspell something, like oh, here's the clarification, right? Like you write code, and then after you've written your code, it gets compiled. And then when it gets compiled, it produces the final executable, or the thing, the actual thing that's running, right? So like if you're Windows, you have code, you compile it with the compiling tool, and then you produce a .exe, right? Another way of thinking about it is like you write a recipe, and then you give it to a chef, and then they produce a souffle or whatever. But if you make an error in your recipe or your code, the chef will look at the recipe and be like, no, this is not going to work. Here's the part of the recipe that's wrong. And that's what the compiler does. If I do something that's wrong, it's going to tell me either before you even send it to the chef, or after you send it to the chef. So like, for example, if I go to like some CPU code and I do something dumb like this, then it's going to tell me, hey, this is wrong. If I do this or whatever, or even delete a semicolon, you're going to see that red things pop up and it tells me that it's wrong. If I go to something else like the C project where you actually do have to try running a compiler on it, I can open up main.c and then do something really dumb like, I don't know, like this, add a space here. And then if I try building it, you're going to see, oh, there's an error. So yeah, tools are pretty good, especially nowadays. They're pretty good at letting you know if something's wrong and when it's wrong. Does it always tell you if it's wrong? Yeah, if it's compiling. I mean, there's different types of wrong, right? There's syntactically wrong, which means that you just didn't speak the language correctly, like we just did, add a space or whatever. That is very easy. Now, there's other type of error where it's like, hey, you told it to do everything correctly, or you told it to do everything, and it's going to do it, right? But you weren't clear in your instructions, or you gave it bad instructions. Well, that's on you, right? So that's a logical error, and those are the sneaky, most difficult types of bugs to deal with, because it's not a result of you typing something wrong. Is a result of you just fundamentally designing something wrong. And that's not a computer is not going to tell you that, because the computer doesn't know what you're trying to do. It just knows that the instructions you're giving it. Like like if someone's telling you how to assemble a Lego set, instruction by instruction, they're telling you, hey, put this piece on there, and then put this piece there, and then connect this piece to something else or whatever, right? Like, you don't know what context for what they're asking you to build. You're just following their instructions. So if they gave you something wrong, but you know it's still a move you can physically do in reality, like, hey, put this brick here. Well, like, you know, you're not gonna know why it's wrong. You just did the thing, and you know that when they told you to put this piece here, that it fit and it worked. So the issue isn't with you, it's with them telling you to put the piece like this. So like, yeah, logical errors, the compiler is not going to tell you what you did wrong. You're going to have to figure it out, for logical errors at least. Would you be interested in connecting? No, I'm not, Nick. I appreciate the offer for connecting, but I find myself really wrapped up in all the projects I have going on. But good luck to your friend and his endeavors. He must be enjoying it, hopefully. Yeah, I love... It's always fun working on game projects, man. There's the error when you switch the numerator and the denominator. That's a logical error, right? That was a logical error. Everything was completely fine by the computer's perspective. I was just wrong in terms of like if that's actually what I wanted to do. But a fun thing to master if you can. Yeah, it's fun. You start getting good at it. It just takes time. But it's enjoyable. Let me pull something up real quick. Well, let's see what I have here. Let me see what I have here. I have an apple tail. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the stream though, because I need to get up early for work. But thank you guys for watching as always. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's stream. And of course, you know, if you want to keep following the progress of everything, we have a Discord you can join. Of course, we stream pretty regularly on the week. Yeah, and then socials at Cozy Cabin Games. But we're getting close to getting this game done. I feel it in my bones. So hopefully we can get something done out. You guys can support by purchasing it. That's the only way I want to get money from y'all. No memberships or whatever that stuff is. But yeah, another day, more work done. As always, thank you guys for watching. God bless, and until next time, stay cozy. Till then, ta-ta.
Thank you.